Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Judge.
Okay, first up, I have Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Mr. Kehoe's here also.
Here on Huey.
Yes, sir.
Case number 2405-534501 for the same issue versus Angelo. Defendant charged count 1, homicide, murder, versus premeditated. Count 2, homicide, felony murder. Count 3, assault with intent to murder. Count 4, weapons carrying for sale. Count 5, weapons felony firearm. Count 6 and 7, weapons felony firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe, and my P number is 82812 on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. My name is Mark Brown. My P number is 39562. I appear on behalf of Mr. Angelo Huey, who is in custody. I don't believe he's present. I would waive his presence with the court's permission.
Court will wait for the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
We're demanding an examination, Judge.
Court will continue to clear the not guilty except this matter for preliminary examination. How many witnesses are you going to have on this, Mr. Kehoe?
2 or 3, Judge. My only scheduling issue is I'm going to be in trial for the next 2 weeks, so can we have the week of the 12th? And I can do any day that week, Judge.
Mr. Brown?
The 12th, just 1 second, Judge. Yeah, we could do it on the 12th, actually. That would be fine with me. However, we've got to discuss the discovery, Judge.
All right, so I do homicides on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so it'll be the 13th.
That's fine.
13th at 10 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's good.
As to discovery, Mr. Brown?
No, Mr. Kehoe and I have a long association and we work well together. However, I've only received the complaint and investigator's report, and I'm sure there's more. Mr. Kehoe's presented me with an order, non-disclosure order, which I did not sign and will not sign that order. So we need to figure out a way to get,
What's wrong with the order?
It says I cannot disclose anything to an investigator or anyone else, so I don't think that's appropriate.
Mr. Kehoe?
Judge, it's just the standard PPI order, Judge, and that can be shared with investigators. It's just it can't be shared outside of the defense team, Judge. But Mr. Brown, I did send you 6 or 7 other packets, so they should still be in your email. It's just I was having a lot of issues with PBK over the weekend, so if it's not there, I'll resend them. But there's about 6 to 7 Discovery PDF packets that should have come to you.
I only received one.
Okay, I'll resend them.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Brown, it says that you can share with the investigators.
Pardon me?
It says that you can share the information with investigators.
Okay, but I understand what he said, but that's not, I don't think that's what the order said, but anyway.
Let's get some clarification in the order.
Pardon me?
Yes, Jeff.
I said, let's get some clarification in the order.
Understood, Judge. I'll make the changes.
Okay. All right,
Yes, sir.
February 15th at 10 o'clock, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very much. Oh, as to bond too, Judge, I don't know, I'm sure if do you have a Zoom also?
All right,
Not Zoom, do you have a YouTube also? Is it on?
is it on?
Yeah.
Yes.
I only said it because his family may be there and they're requesting a bond. I explained to them it's a first degree murder case. And perhaps you could shed some light on that.
So I know nothing about this defendant or this case other than what he's charged with,
Yes.
which carries a mandatory minimum of life without the possibility of parole. It's very unlikely that even if I refer to pretrial services, they will recommend a bond reduction. And I'm not inclined to do so for the safety of the community. Not at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Kehoe. I'll talk to you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Fanning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good. You here on Brown?
I am, Your Honor. My client is currently housed in Wayne County Jail, but I'm prepared to waive his appearance here today.
Yes.
Case number 2405 53290. Michigan versus Joseph Brown Jr. Defendant charged with count 1, carjacking. Defendant has a habitual offender, 4 minutes notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Lynch on behalf of the people, P number 8458.
Well,
Thank you, Your Honor. If it pleases the court, Attorney Andrea Fanning, P42853, appearing on behalf of my client, Mr. Joseph Brown Jr. Your Honor, my client is currently in the Wayne County Jail. I'm prepared to waive his appearance here today.
Okay, the court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, at this particular point in time, I am in receipt of paper discovery. I do not have the digital discovery. I am asking that this matter is set for exam, and at the appropriate time, I'd like to address the issue of bond.
As to discovery, people.
The people have notated in PBK that both have been released, but I'm happy to resend the electronic discovery for the attorney.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Your Honor, thank you. Currently, the bond is set at $250,000 cash as surety. I'm asking for a more reasonable bond. I have had an opportunity to speak with my client while in jail. I believe that this is probably a case of mistaken identity. However, nevertheless, my client is currently on parole. There is no parole detainer. Prior to being incarcerated on this matter, he was gainfully employed at the Detroit Water Department. He lives with his mother, his son, and his uncle. I'm asking that the court consider a more reasonable bond or an alternative, a referral on a bond recommendation.
I don't know at this juncture if bond is reasonable or not. I will refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get the exam date. Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House February 5th at 10 o'clock.
February, you said
February
February 5th at 10? Your Honor, can we
Yeah.
go a little later in the morning, if at all possible?
11:30.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
February 5th at 11:30. Bond will continue.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
I'm here for Mr. Eric Ties.
Okay.
I don't see that he's on, but I have had contact with him and I would request to waive his presence.
Let me call the case.
Calling in case number 2405-534901 for the state of Michigan versus Eric Titus, defendant is charged in count one, weapons carrying concealed. Count two, weapons firearm, possession by felon. Count three, weapons stolen firearm. Count four, domestic violence, defendant has a habitual offender or defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And Vanessa Hamilton, P82107, on behalf of Mr. Eric Tyus. I have a contact with my client, Your Honor, but it appears he's not on Zoom. I would request to waive his presence.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I would request a preliminary exam date if the prosecutor believes that they'd be able to give me digital discovery by that date.
February 5th at 9:45.
I can't do February 5th, but I can do the 6th or the 7th.
February 7th at 9:15.
That works.
And I'll send you the digital discovery. I thought I already sent it, but I'll send it again.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
February 7th at 9:15. Ronald, you continue. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Sally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good
I
morning,
have
sir.
Mr. Williams, and with the court's permission, I would waive his presence. He is in the jail.
Okay, let me call.
Case number 2405-5050, state Michigan versus Samuel Williams. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with dangerous weapon, count two, weapons firearm, possession by felon, counts 3 and 4, weapons stolen firearm, count 5, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alvin Salen, P23797, on behalf of Mr. Williams, and with the court's permission, we will waive his presence.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Demanded an exam, Your Honor.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House February 5th at 9:45. Salmon. Mr. Salen, does that date and time work for you? I can't hear you.
I just got, somehow there was a little glitch there. What time?
February 5th at 9:45.
Judge, I'll have. That's good, Judge.
All right, February 5th at 9:45. Finals, we continue. Ms. Drain,
Yes, Judge.
I think you have a number of, I think you're complaining witnesses here on that case. Someone told them to be here.
Okay. For Mr. Williams, for Samuel Williams.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. Okay. I will be right over. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mongrady. Mr. Mongrady.
Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize. I'm on Mr. Snow, Michael Snow.
Okay.
Call in case number 2305-70250, people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Snow. Defendant is charged at count one, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate Grady, P83667 on behalf of Mr. Michael Snow. He is out of custody. Does Your Honor see him in the waiting room?
No.
Then I would ask permission to waive his presence.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have paper discovery, and APA Drain did reach out over the weekend to let me know that she does not have digital, but she's requested it. So I'm just alerting the court that we do not have it and that people are working on it, and we're requesting a preliminary exam date.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House February 5th at 10 o'clock.
That works well for defense.
Okay, February 5th at 10 o'clock, final be continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm on Adam Brown competency review.
Yes.
All right, case number 2305-687401. People of the state of Michigan versus Adam Brown. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated. Defendant has a habitual business sector notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, and may it please this honorable court, APA Jonathan Hitz, appearing on behalf of the people, P85288.
May it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, P64800, on behalf of Mr. Brown. Your Honor, Mr. Brown is in the Wayne County Jail. I'd ask to waive his presence for these purposes.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. Today's the day and time set for a competency hearing. Have you received a report from the forensic center?
We had previously had a report from the Forensic Center. This was for our independent. I spoke with my independent. She hasn't completed her report, but based on our conversation, we're prepared to stipulate to Mr. Brown's competency and set this on track for preliminary exam.
All right. The court makes a finding that the defendant is competent to stand trial. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination. How's February 13th at 11:30?
That's fine, Judge.
That works for the people. Thank you, Judge.
All right. February 13th at 11:30, final be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you as well. Ms. Quick, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm on Hill, Temujin Hill.
Calling case number 2405-535-101. State Michigan versus Temujin Hill. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, dead bodies, dismemberment, and mutilation. Count 3, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 4, fourth degree arson. Count 5, weapons, stolen firearm, second offense notice. Count 6, weapons, stolen firearm, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Dominic DeGrazia, P69815 on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973 on behalf of Temujin Hill. Mr. Hill is in Division 2 of the Wayne County Jail. I've spoken with him and I'd asked the court to waive his appearance.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I'd like to set this for a preliminary examination.
Mr. DeGrazia, how many witnesses do you have on this?
I would say 3 to 4, Judge.
And good morning, Your Honor. That'll be February 5th.
House February 15th at 10 o'clock.
Your Honor, I'm in trial that week. I start on Monday. I can't say for sure that I'll be done on Thursday. It's a CSE 1. I'm completely open the next week. So if the court has any availability the next week and Mr. DeGrazia is amenable, I can accommodate any time.
I'm actually going to be out of town the week of the 19th.
What you say, Mr. DeGrazia?
I'm going to be out of the state the week of the 19th.
About February 6th at 1:30.
That works for defense.
That's fine, Judge.
All right, February 6th at 1:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, I've received a link from Mr. DeGrazia over the weekend. I appreciate that, Mr. DeGrazia. I haven't gone through all of it yet. It's just been taking some time to download. If there's anything that's missing, I'll reach out to Mr. DeGrazia and or send the court a discovery order.
Sounds good, Judge.
All right, thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you. You as well.
Michael Snow, connect your audio, sir. Mr. Snow.
Yes, sir.
Your next court date is February 5th at 10 o'clock. That's in person in 36th District Court.
Okay.
You're all set. Have a good day.
Same to you.
Good morning, Wayne County Jail. Who do you have there?
This is Mr. Billings.
All right, we're just waiting on Mr. Billings, the attorney. He should be here shortly.
Thank you.
If you're not, if it's not, it's fine. It has very close to the second quarter. The mechanism, oh, that these judges people start, we're thinking at the same time, wait for God to be your fault or anything to a nation. Hey, I got time. I got this person, that person. How we used to, or how I used to be like, hey, friend, or whatever it is. Yes. I understand that. Or, older, it doesn't know about the youth, but at the end of the day, you have this unit is already on. So I already had a parent, I'm sorry, because it's very, I don't give a fuck, I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's very uncommon of us not to be able to get these women. You know, and she does have it, but remember this. The judge is like, oh, your attorney never came back. You know what I'm saying? Like she had already could have rolled it. You already know. So with that being said, I'm just saying, or whatever or whatever it takes. Now have to be a fool. Like, hey, this is out of that. Hey, now, after the fight, you can sit up here and get done. It's just better to move. And I'm not I'm just saying, it's hard. Hey, well, I get off it, put on it, so when it is, oh, it's where, you know, like now, Jefferson is 9 o'clock, Jefferson is business. Business. It's getting out here. And all it's gonna take is one phone call. All it's gonna take is one phone call,
Having the attorneys here. Yes, sir. There's at 9 o'clock, everybody. No, but we don't. At 9. Yeah, you're at 9 o'clock, everybody here, but they're talking. Anthony Hansborough. Calling case 2258110, Equal State of Michigan versus Anthony Hansborough. Defendant was charged with count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 and 4 felony with firearm, count 5 domestic violence, count 6 assault or assault with battery. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura from the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Anthony Hansborough, P86432. Mr. Hansborough, will you please state your name for the record?
Anthony Hansborough. Is the date and time set for the preliminary examination of related to pursuit?
Yes, Judge.
How many weeks?
1 minute. This time, the people will call to Kira Lowry.
And please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone into your left one. Maybe give me the record.
Thank you. All right. Please state your name for the record. Ms. Lowry, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something, if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right? Okay, thank you. I want to take your attention back to the date of September 18th of the year 2021. Yes. All right, where were you on that date? I was at home. Okay, where's your home located? 19736 Davis Street. All right, is that the city of Detroit and County Lane? Yes. Thank you. And does anyone live at that home with you? Not with you. Okay. And were 3 children with you at that location on that date? Yes. Okay. And how old were your children on that date? 9, 6, and 4. Okay. And what happened on that date at your home? I was sleeping. It was around like 9 a.m. I was sleeping. The kids woke me up because Anthony was banging on my window in the door. Okay, let me stop you right there. You said Anthony was banging on your windows and your doors, but that's of your house, is that right? What is Anthony's last name? Hansborough. All right. And how do you know Anthony Hansborough? He's my son's dad. Your son's dad? Yes. Okay. And does he live there at your house? No. Does he come and go at your house? No. Okay. Did you ever hear him banging on the windows and the doors? Yes, when I got home. Okay. And what did you do? I opened the door and asked him what he just said. Okay. Did you expect him or were you surprised? I was surprised. I didn't know he knew my address. You didn't know that he even knew your address? No. Okay. So had he ever been to your house before that you know of? No, well, that was the first time I knew that he been to my house, but he knew my address that day I found out. Okay, so let me just ask you, you do have a child in common. Do you do anything with your exchange? Or just through family? Through his mother. Okay, so he sees his son through his mother. Yes. You don't have contact with him? Well, I don't. Okay, so what was the status of your relationship with Mr. Hansborough in September of 2021? We weren't together. Okay. Okay, so you come in and answer the door, and what happened after that? He started ranting on about my daughter's dad being at my house around this time. Okay, did you know what he was talking about? No, I was confused. Okay, what happened after that? He tried to come inside my house, and I stopped him and pushed him back. Okay, how did he try to come inside your house? He tried to walk in, inside the room. Okay. Was he at which door was he at of the house? The side door? Yes. Okay. Did he come in the house at all? No. Okay, you stopped him. Yes. Oh, what happened after that? When I stopped him, that's when he started calling me out of my name, being really disrespectful,
was still yelling and loud. Then that's when he ended up pushing me, he got in my face and he pushed me. And that's when we like had a little tussle. And then my mom came.
Okay, so let me ask you, where is this occurring? Is he still outside your house and you're inside?
No, I'm outside. I came outside and closed the door behind me. So we're on the side of my house.
Okay, all right, so he pushed you. What happened after that?
That's when me and him started to tussle, like, whatever. And he grabbed my neck or whatever, tried to choke me and held me up to the side of the house.
Okay.
So then my mom came, and when my mom came, that's when my mom grabbed him to get him off me, and then that's when he started talking with my mom.
Okay, let me stop you right there. What is your mother's name? Okay. And was she supposed to be coming that day?
She always just like popping in and out.
Okay, all right. So you indicated that you were kind of tussling, and then what, did he put his hands out on your neck?
Yes.
Okay. And was it one hand or both hands?
It was one hand.
Okay. And then you said you were up against the.
Yeah, he like tried to have his hands up against the wall on the side of the house.
Okay. So were you pinned against the side or?
Yeah, when my mom came, so like grabbed him.
Okay. So when his hand was around was up here on your neck and you were against the wall, was your breathing restricted at all?
No.
Okay. So after your mom came and kind of broke up, you said that your mom and Mr. Hansborough were tussling?
Yeah, because we started doing the same thing. We tried to do the same thing with her.
Okay. And then what were you doing at that time, if anything?
I was trying to grab him off of her, like to release his hands off from her.
Okay. And what happened after that?
That's when once I did that, he still was yelling and he went to the car, he grabbed a gun, and I could gun back and pointed it at both of us and said he was gonna shoot us.
Okay. Where were you and your mom, if you recall at that point?
At that point, when he grabbed the gun, we was like right there at the front of the house. At that moment, his car was parked in my driveway.
Okay. So he went to his vehicle, you saw that?
Yeah.
And he retrieved the weapon?
Yes.
Okay. And was he holding the weapon in his hand?
Yes.
What was he doing with it?
He grabbed it out the car, he popped it back, and he pointed at us and told us he was gonna shoot us.
Okay, and you heard him say that?
Yes.
Where was your mother standing?
Right there on the side of me.
Okay. How did you feel at that time?
Scared.
Okay. And how far away was he from you and your mom when he did this?
His car was like at the end of the driveway, so he was still standing right there by his car, by the door. And I was like right by the door, like on the side of the porch, by the front porch, standing right there in the driveway. So I don't know.
Your may I kind of approach the witness?
Okay.
And I want you to think about you being like where you were at that time and me being him as to where you was at that time. And is it farther or closer than where I'm at?
A little bit farther. I would say right where the officer's standing.
Oh, right where the officer is?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And want you to explain?
25.
25. And was anyone else around?
3 children were standing in the kitchen window.
Okay, they were inside and just you and your mother were outside?
Yes.
Okay, so after he pointed the gun at the two of you, after he said that he was going to, what did he exactly say?
He said he was going to shoot us.
Okay, after he said he was going to shoot you guys, what happened after that?
I told him to get away from the front of my house and called. I said I was going to call police because I was on my phone. And I had plenty of calling the police when I pulled up my phone to call the police. That's when he pulled up. He already got the car and pulled off.
Okay, and what happened after that?
A few minutes, the police came, and when they came, they talked to me, got my statement. Me and my mother's statement.
Okay. Okay, you have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Yes, sir. Good morning. If you have if I ask you a question and you don't understand it, or you want me to rephrase it, just let me know, okay? So you indicated that this house that you live at, you live with just your 3 children?
Yeah.
At the time, your mother was not living with you?
She wasn't living, but she had come here to, like, it was like some issues and like some issues. She didn't stay there.
And you indicated that at this time, when your kids woke you up, you heard banging on the doors and the windows.
Yes.
And you were the one that opened the door.
Yeah.
Your mother was not the one that opened the door.
No.
And you indicated that you were unaware that your mother was coming.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You didn't expect her to come.
Yeah.
Yet you did give a statement to the police a few days after this incident, correct?
Yeah.
And in that statement, you told the police that you went inside and called your mom to come to the house because you were scared.
No, no, I didn't go inside the car. When he came and we was talking everything, my mom came out, like, she just came out of nowhere. I didn't know she was outside.
Okay, but you told the police that you called your mother prior to even going outside.
Yeah, but the father, like, I didn't like call her. She didn't call me with you because you know saying to be calling her. I didn't call her.
Okay. You also indicated today that Mr. Hansborough tried coming into your home.
Yeah.
In your statement to the police, you never once mentioned that to them. Well, I'm just asking you, you gave a statement to the police 2 days after this incident. This incident happened almost 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
And in that statement, you had signed it and indicated that it was an accurate representation of what occurred on that day. And in nowhere in that statement did you indicate that Mr. Hansborough tried coming into your home. I'm asking you, you did not tell them that, correct? Would reviewing your statement refresh your recollection? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So here's your statement. So you can just review it, you can scroll, just 3 pages. When your recollection is refreshed, just look up at me, okay? Okay. When you're remembering the questions. Okay, so is your memory refreshed? Okay. And so nowhere in that statement did you indicate that he tried coming into your home? You also indicated today that he stated he was going to shoot you and your mom when he pointed the gun at you.
Yes.
However, in the statement, the officer, well, do you remember giving a statement, a few days after the incident?
I remember.
Okay, and the officer asked you, did he say anything to you when he pointed the gun at you? And your response to that question was no. Okay, but in that statement, you said no. Do you want to refresh your recollection of your statement? Yeah, it's just a different page. May I coach?
Yes.
Your memory is refreshed. Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
And you were asked in that statement, Did Anthony Hansborough say anything when he pointed the gun at you and your mother? You were asked that question, correct?
Yes.
And your answer to that question was no. Okay. You also indicated today on the stand that you were the one that pulled out your phone to call the police. Yet, in the statement to the police, you said that your mother was the one that called the police.
No, she told her no, not asked about me.
Okay, so you're stating today that you and your mother both called the police.
Yeah, she pulled out her phone, I pulled out mine, but I called.
Okay. Also, I just want to kind of get a sense of where you were when Mr. Hansborough allegedly pulled out this gun. You indicated that you were by the side door of your house.
Yeah. It was on the side door, on the side of the house, we were like hustling and everything. When you and my mother started hustling and everything, it was like at the front of the door, like right by the porch, right there. We was both standing right there.
And
at the front porch.
And Mr. Hansborough was where in the, like, near the vehicle?
He was at his car with the door open, standing right there by the door.
Which door?
The driver door.
The driver door. Now, so if you are at your porch, is the driveway on, if you're looking towards the driveway, is the porch on the right side or the left side of the porch? So is it on this side? This side?
My porch up here.
Okay.
And his car was right there.
Okay. So the driver's side was facing the porch? Like,
yes.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions, John.
Do you redirect?
All right, concerning the gun that you saw, can you describe it?
It was black.
Okay, have you ever seen that gun before?
No.
Okay, and, so your testimony today is that he made the statement that he was going to kill you and your mom.
No, not kill, he didn't say kill, he said shoot.
Shoot, oh, I'm sorry, that's what he said, is that he's gonna shoot.
Yes, one after that.
Okay, and, so you, so you saw the statement that says that you didn't, that he didn't say that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm asking you today, to the best of your recollection, did he say that to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Said it to us.
Okay, and your mom was right next to you?
Yes.
Okay, and are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, no further questions.
I have just one quick question for recross. So you just said that you described the gun and you indicated that you had never seen it before.
Okay. We have them. So I seen on a picture of something, but I didn't meet them.
Okay, so in the statement, 2 days after the incident, you were asked, can you describe the gun Anthony Hansborough pointed at you? And in that statement, or in that answer, you said it was black, it was medium size. I've seen Anthony with it before.
That was one of the video, the kind of person.
Okay. But you just indicated on redirect that you've never seen it before.
I've never seen this gun in like my visual eyesight. I've never seen that gun in my until that day.
But
I've seen it on a picture, like on like in video or on Instagram.
Okay. I know that.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up. Any other witnesses?
No further witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant? Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, this time I would move to find over charge and observe argument. Yes, sir.
I would move to dismiss on count 2 with respect to Tawana Richardson. We heard no testimony from her today specifically, as well as the felony firearm weapons charge that is also in connection with that assault on Ms. Tawana Richardson. She did not testify today, and so for that reason, if this was only a case with one complaining witness and she did not show, the case would be dismissed. And so I don't feel that
It would
it
be
is.
dismissed because it would be in testimony or evidence as to what took place. But you have the contrary here, have one witness to testify that not only put her in fear or apprehension of fear of the battery was dangerous, but also her mother, and not that her mother was an actual fear, but that a reasonable person.
That is correct, Your Honor, but we did not hear any testimony from Ms. Richardson herself.
You don't have to have any testimony from Ms. Richardson herself.
Okay. Well, as to my second argument, I would argue that this complaining witness was not credible on the stand today. She indicated all of these things that she stated on the record was contradictory to her statement that was made 2 days after the incident. And we're here today for an incident that happened in September of 2021. So her recollection from today, from 2 days after that incident, when we're in 2024, we can best assume that her recollection then was a lot better than it is now. That was 2 days after the incident. She indicated that he never stated anything to her when he pointed a gun at her. She indicated that to the prosecutor that she did not see this gun, yet in the statement she said she's seen it before. She indicated that he was trying to break into her home, and she exaggerated these claims, yet she never once indicated that to the police. So it's unfair to have someone come here and testify to these exaggerations, to all of these things that she did not report to the police, and we're going to believe what she's saying then. How can we believe that she's not exaggerating then, and that all of those events that happened then did not happen?
She said he pointed the gun.
I'm sorry?
Back in 2021, did she say he pointed the gun?
Yes, that's within the statement, but that's what I'm saying, is
Right.
if there was an exaggeration now, how do we know that there wasn't an exaggeration then? And so for those reasons, I would ask.
Her statement is consistent with what she said then and what she's saying now about the gun being pointed, right?
That is
that's what the
inconsistent,
basis
yes.
of this charge.
Yeah, but it's also the duty of the court to assess credibility in these situations, and that's what I'm asking.
Your Honor, I would ask this court to find that this was very credible. She answered the questions as best as she could, and when she was asked specifically about the gun, when it was brought up that her statement said, "Have you ever seen a gun before?" And she said no, but she clarified. She said yes, and on the stand she said no, and she clarified it. She had seen with the gun, but not in person on Instagram. So I think she's being very credible to exactly what she remembers.
There may have very well been some inconsistencies from her initial statement that she's testified to here under oath. Very different. One thing that was consistent is that she said that which serves the basis of the underlying charge of assault with dangerous weapon. You find anything inherently incredible upon her testimony. As such, the court will find the opinion of the joint counsel. Court approved for proceedings. Is agreement on the information date time will be February 12th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Thank you. Ms. Marks? Yes, good morning. Are you ready on Gibson? I am, Judge. Okay. Calling case 2455218 for the state of Michigan versus Ray Carmel Gibson. Defendant was charged with count 1 assault, intentionally great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has an additional report. Police notice mandatory 25 years. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor, and your staff. Diane Lynch on behalf of the people, P number 84589.
Morning, Your Honor. Carolyn Chapman Marsh, 22187 on behalf of Mr. Gibson, Mr. President, I got.
Tell me your name, sir. Great Hughes. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
How many witnesses?
One.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Your Honor, the people would call Ms. Tamika Schaefer. Shaver.
And please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat and put this box right next to me. Voice up, nice and loud and speak with that microphone that you to your left. Sit. Great.
Good morning, Ms. Schaefer.
Good morning.
Would you state your name again and spell it for the record?
Tamika Schaefer, TAMIKA, SHA,
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand anything, please just ask me to repeat it, and let me know where we're at. And make sure that you respond with a verbal yes or no to these questions or with the narrative. So thank you very much. I want to bring your attention back to the day of January 12th of this year, 2024. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
And where were you on that date?
I'm working in secondary 3. And I report.
Can you pull that microphone down and speak into that thing?
As a graphic and my 2 girls, we went to the house, and I noticed I unlocked the screen door, and then I noticed that from the big door lock had changed. So I was getting ready to walk back to the I walked into I unlocked the screen door, and I tried to unlock the big door. I know that the box was changed. And I proceeded to walk back to the field, but when I was ready to walk back, Ray came to open the big door. And
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let me stop you right there. Well, let's go back a little bit. Do you know the address of the house?
6389 Floyd.
And what city is that?
Detroit.
And so that is, you're in the city of Detroit in Wayne County?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And whose address is that?
Mine's in Ray Gibson.
So you share a home together?
Yes.
And how do you know Mr. Gibson?
I've been knowing him since like 2017. We was like friends, on and off.
And did that friendship develop into anything else?
A couple years down the line, which is 2023, we ended up in a relationship.
Okay, so it was a dating relationship that proceeded where you were living together?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you see Mr. Gibson as a problem?
Yes.
And for identification purposes for the court, could you indicate where Mr. Gibson is sitting?
Right here, this is brown sweater on.
And a description of his clothing?
A brown sweater.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
So noted.
Thank you. So on the 12th, let's go back to the story that you were starting to talk about. You said that you noticed you went to the front door and there was something with the locks.
Yes.
And what was that?
The locks didn't, my key didn't go to the locks, we changed the locks. So I proceeded to go back to the vehicle, but he ended up opening the front door. And he stood in the door and got my daughter with me. I said, excuse me, and he just standing there. I'm like, excuse me, you gonna let us in? And he ended up moving out the way, he let us in. I went upstairs, I used the restroom, I came back down, he was asking me for his keys. I gave him his keys, and I proceeded to sit on the couch. I was sitting on the couch.
Let
And
me stop you right there. You said that you had, you noticed that the keys didn't work in the house.
right,
Were you expecting the locks to be changed?
no,
So you went to work, you were coming back home, and the locks worked the day before. When you came back home, they weren't working. Is that correct?
yes,
You said this gives it allowed you into the house.
yes,
Did you force your way into the house?
no.
So continue. Tell me a little bit more about what happened.
So as I entered home, I went upstairs, I used the restroom, I came back down. He asked for his keys, I gave Ray his keys, and I proceeded to sit on the couch. I was sitting on the couch. Ray wanted to argue with me, and I was just ignoring him, laughing at him. And he was giving my face and stuff, so I got up off the couch to walk around the table. And like, he was like trying to chase me around the table basically. And so, he ended up grabbing me from behind my neck and slammed me into the TV stand and then onto the floor. And he was just choking me, holding me on the floor. And my 3-year-old baby was telling him, "Get off mommy." She called him baby. She said, "Baby, get off mommy," or whatever. And I was telling him, like, "I'm losing time my kids," or whatever. And he was basically, he wasn't saying nothing. He was just choking me.
And could you tell me when he was choking, how did he do it? Did he use his hand? Did he use both hands? In what manner did he do it?
It's like a chokehold, like this.
So with this forearm and his
Yeah.
elbows where you're.
Yes.
Right. Continue. So
After my daughter was telling him to get off mommy and stuff, he ended up letting me go or whatever. And, I proceeded to get my phone so I could, dial 911. That's when I was walking towards the kitchen, and that's when he ran up behind me again and choked me, smacked me to the kitchen floor, and I went like face first on my left side of my face.
when you were being choked, did you lose consciousness?
No,
Did you get dizzy?
no,
Did you get lightheaded?
lightheaded, that was it.
Okay. And when he slammed you into the floor, was there any debris on the ground, or did anything happen at that point in time?
When he slammed me from the TV stand to the floor, he broke the picture frames all right there on the TV stand. All the picture frames ended up breaking, and that's why it got glass all over the floor. When him slamming me against the TV and onto the floor, and the second time he slammed me, it was enough right there in the kitchen way to put nothing to break. So basically, he just slammed me like on my face.
So then when you were knocked down the first time, when he slammed you to the ground, to use your words, did anything happen because there was glass on the ground?
No.
Did you get cut?
No.
Did you suffer any injuries during this event?
I only had a fractured nose, and my left side of my face was swollen, and I had bruises and stuff on the left side of my body from me being slammed on the left side of my body.
Your Honor, I am showing the defense attorney at this time, people's proposed exhibits 1 through 7 to the defense counsel. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Schaefer. I'm handing you right now people's proposed exhibits 1 through 7. The quality of the record is not very good, but there are injuries that are showed. exhibits accurately indicate reasons made.
Yes.
Your Honor, request to publish. I can put it on the screen.
Sure.
I'm attempting to share my screen right now. Just trying to complete this part. So this is people's proposed exhibits. One,
Are you moving forward to admission?
yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm looking for its admission.
Ma'am, is that, what is that picture of?
That's the picture of my left side of my face.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what your face looks like on that day of the census?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admit it.
Thank you. I have additional photos that I'd like to make, Your Honor.
This is people's proposed exhibit.
Exhibit 2.
2. For submission.
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit it.
And here is people's proposed exhibit number 3. Is this a fair and accurate description of what your back looks like after the event?
Yeah.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit it.
This is people's proposed exhibit number 4 of what your shoulder looked like after the event. This is an accurate description of what it looked like.
Yes.
Request to admit it.
No objection.
Admit it.
This is a left side of your cheek showing scratches here, cut here. Are these accurate descriptions of what it looked like after the event?
Yes.
Request to admit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
People's exhibit number 6, indicating swelling of the left cheek. Request, is this a fair and accurate description of what your face looks like?
Yes.
Request to admit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admit it.
And finally, people's exhibit number 7 of bruising or of scratches on the left leg. Is this a fair and accurate description of what your leg looked like at the time?
Yeah.
Request to admit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admit it.
I think those are all of the proposed exhibits. So
Ma'am, that scar on your leg, that happened in this incident?
No, not the scar, at the bottom of my left knee.
Okay.
very good. I'll stop sharing. So then, people's exhibits 1 through 7, do you need these for your Ms. Schaefer, did you said you got your phone to call 911. Did you actually make a 911 call?
Yes.
And when the police officers arrived on the 12th, did they offer you medical treatment?
Yes.
Did you take that medical treatment at the time?
No, I didn't.
Did you seek any medical treatment following the event?
Yes.
And could you tell me more about that?
I went on the 11th to Beaumont Urgent Care in Allen Park, and they told me that I should go to a regular hospital because of my my injuries that I had. So I went to Henry Ford Hospital on the 12th. No, I'm sorry. That was the 13th. I'm sorry, the 13th. I went to Henry Ford Hospital.
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schaefer.
Good morning.
I represent Mr. Gibson, and I'm going to ask you some questions. If there's any questions you don't understand or you want me to repeat, please let me know. Okay? So this incident happened on January the 12th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And You stated you came home from work that day and you found the locks changed, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you been there that morning?
I worked at 7 a.m., so I was not there that morning.
Okay, were you there the night before you went to work?
Yes, I was there.
Okay, so when you left for work, you left for work to be there at 7 a.m., is that correct?
I left home, Thursday, which is the 11th. I left home, we left home together.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So you left home together on Thursday, is that correct?
Yes.
And were your daughters with you at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and you were in what vehicle?
We was in, we share a vehicle.
You share a vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of vehicle is it?
A white Silverado.
Okay, so it's a white truck?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have a separate vehicle of your own?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what kind of vehicle is it?
Equinox.
Okay.
I mean, a Buick, I'm sorry, it's a Buick.
Okay. So when you left together, you were in the white vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that vehicle belong to Mr. Shaver?
Mrs.
Excuse me, Mr. Gibson?
Yes.
Okay, so, and did you come back together?
No.
Okay, so at some point while you're out together with your daughters, correct?
Yes.
You have two daughters?
Yes.
And what age is that?
12 and 3.
12 and 3?
Yes.
Okay. There was some kind of disagreement or altercation while you were out.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevancy.
I think it's very relevant to show, how this.
Go ahead.
Okay. There was some kind of disagreement or altercation, is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, Mr. Gibson got out of his vehicle, is that correct?
He got out of his vehicle to fight.
Okay, so he got out of his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you drove away with the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you did not come back until the next day, correct?
After I got off work, yes.
Okay, next day, that following afternoon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so sometime between the time you left with Mr. Gibson and the time you came back, the next day, the locks were changed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been living with Mr. Gibson?
I've been with Mr. Gibson since April, May.
April, May of
Yeah,
2023.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
of last year.
Of 2023.
Yes.
So, give or take about 7 months, correct?
You can even take that.
Okay, all right. And, the next day you come back to the house and you find that the locks have been changed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you bang on the door to try to get his attention?
No.
Okay. So, did you knock on the door?
No.
Did you have to call him to open the door?
No.
Okay. So you stated you were going back towards your vehicle, is that correct?
No.
Okay. You stated you went off the porch.
Right.
And at that point, he opened the door for you.
Yes.
Okay. And he requested his keys, correct?
He requested keys when I was in the home.
Okay. Once you got back in, he said, I want my keys, correct?
Yes.
And what keys is he referring to?
The keys to the truck.
Okay. And you stated you sat down on the couch, is that correct?
Yes.
And an argument arose, is that correct? You said you wanted to start a fight, correct?
Yes, I ignored him.
Okay. And at some point, did you stand up from the couch?
Yes, because he in my face.
Okay, so you're sitting on the couch, correct? At first, you're sitting on the couch.
Yes.
And he's arguing with you, correct?
Yes.
And you're ignoring him, correct?
Yes.
And then you stand up from the couch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the next thing that happened after you stood up from the couch?
He ran up on me and grabbed from behind on my neck and slammed me against the TV.
Okay, and so let me stop you there. You said you stood up from the couch because he was in your face. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you say he ran up from behind you and grabbed you.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So after you stood up from the couch, he moved from being in your face. Is that correct? Ma'am, that's a yes or no answer.
No.
Okay. So he was still in your face when you stood up from the couch.
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, he moved away from you. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, so he was in your face the whole time. Is that correct?
Until I moved away from him. He was coming at me.
Okay. And so you moved away. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where'd you go?
I was trying to go around the table. We got coffee tables in the middle or whatever. So I was on the end of the couch. As I get up to walk around the table to go to toward the kitchen way, whatever, he was trying to like come that way. So basically, he like cat and mouse or whatever. Then he finally let me walk around the table, and that's when he ran up behind me and choked me from behind and slammed me against the TV and onto the floor.
Okay, so he let you walk around the table, which is what you were trying to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
But then he grabbed you by the throat, correct?
Yes.
And slammed you to the ground. Is that correct?
Slammed me to the TV stand where the pictures was at, and then onto the floor.
Okay, so is that he slammed you to the TV stand and then slammed you to the floor, or did you fall to the floor?
No, he slammed me to the floor. He was on top of me.
Okay, so he slammed you twice, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and then you're on the floor face up, correct?
No.
You're face down on the floor.
Yes, I wasn't face down. I was on my left side. It happened on my left side.
Okay.
So the left side of my body was on the floor.
All right, so you're on the floor on your left side, correct?
Yes.
And he's hitting you at this point?
No, he just choking me. That's it.
He's choking you while you're on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point you were able to get up, is that correct?
Yeah, because I was telling him like, don't do this in front of my 3-year-old, my baby.
Okay.
And my baby was telling him to get off.
Okay, so, and he got off, you're saying, because you said get off.
No, I think he got off because of my baby, to be honest.
Okay, so he heard talking and he just got off at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you say that you at some point were slammed face down onto the floor?
It's in the kitchen, when he slammed me again into the kitchen or whatever. When I grabbed my phone to call 911, that's when he slammed me on the kitchen floor.
Okay, and you said there was some injury to your nose?
Yes.
What was that?
I had a fracture in the nose.
Your nose was fractured?
Yes, it was fractured, yes.
Was there any treatment for that?
No, they didn't really treat it, no.
Okay, did your nose bleed?
No.
Okay. So you called 911 after this incident, is that correct?
Yes.
And was Mr. Page still, Mr. Gibson still at the house when the police came?
Yes.
Okay. And they talked with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And then they took Mr. Gibson away, is that correct?
One officer spoke with me, one officer spoke with him.
Okay. But then he was arrested at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't have any further questions, thank you.
Can you regard?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Mr. Kenny,
Yes, Judge.
you ready on Billingsley?
Yes, sir.
You ready on Billingsley? Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore. You know Ms. Moore is the APL?
Yes, yes. I thought she was going to have somebody stand here.
Okay, well, it doesn't look like she's ready yet.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other witnesses? Okay, back on the record on People versus Ray Parnell Gibson. Other witnesses don't have to be.
Not to be.
The witnesses don't have to be.
Oh, yeah. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to bind over and reserve argument.
Yes, Your Honor, I would object to the bind over on count one, the assault with intent to do great bodily harm, that's the order by strangulation. I think the injuries as published by the prosecutor show some appear to be scratches and bruises that are consistent with the description of the victim saying she was in a fight and pushed to the ground, but there are no injuries or symptoms that she described consistent with there being any kind of strangulation. So I would object to the bind over on count.
Your Honor, first, it doesn't refer that there was injuries necessary on the strangulation. The victim testified that she was strangled. It was very clear that there were.
She testified she was strangled, but then when you tried to clarify as to what she meant by strangled, you asked if she lost consciousness. You asked.
She said she was lightheaded. I asked if she was dizzy. She said she was lightheaded. So she did testify to that. And as towards this count of the domestic violence,
That's a misdemeanor. They don't have to
Okay.
show that here.
But she also had, if we're looking for injuries, the strangulation, she testified that she was lightheaded.
There was testimony. She did testify that she showed. She said that as a result of being shot, she became lightheaded. They find anything further about this testimony. Or to satisfy the people that the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the national law. Court finds those charges were committed. So probable cause found over to Wayne County Very Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings is arraigned on the information dated time of February 12, 2024.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to consider allowing Mr. Gibson to go back to the home. I do believe Ms. Shaver may be there, but it's my understanding she has another residence. I would ask the prosecutor to inquire whether she's at that residence or can go there because Mr. Shaver was the person who actually was the tenant at that house who paid the rent. She testified she had been there about 6 or 7 months. And he is living with his mother at this time. We would ask the court to inquire whether Ms. Shaver is there. And if she is there, she got another home that in fact is her home.
We're just going to check with the plaintiff witness to see if she has another location. In the meantime, what other court dates did you have now?
February 12, 2024 at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I would also ask the court to allow Mr. Gibson to make arrangements to get the dialysis equipment in the home.
Are we going to have a final step?
Yes, we will. And no objections to dialysis.
Ms. Shaver? Are you still at the location at 6389 Florida City Detroit?
Yeah.
And what's the status? What is that? Is that a house or apartment? And who's renting that house?
No one. It has been a rent paying for 2 years.
So how are you still living there?
She does it on everything out.
Whose house is that?
I don't think
Excuse me?
Anywhere.
Who was renting that house? Is that Mr. Gibson's house?
Yes,
Have you anywhere else to go?
I've been like 2 or 3 weeks left. I went on my voucher.
You want something else? Have some diabetic equipment that belongs to Mr. Gibson at that location?
Yes, you think we can grab some of it, and you can grab all of it. You can grab it from my.
You want to put that on. So you don't have it. So you're gonna get that. Mr. Gibson, we have arranged for officers to go with you. Remainder of that. In the meantime, as far as location, at the time I should have to let you go as of right now. So I guess you guys question to go to a certain door. Down, so then we got that. We should be able to go back to this one. Fine, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Moore.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Are you ready on Billingsley?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
On the case number 2405-5338-01 of State Michigan versus Sylvan Billingsley. Defendant is charged in count 1 through 3. Criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Defendant has a habitual offender against notice.
Yes, for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
Good morning, Judge Robert King, on behalf of Mr. Billingsley. May the court will be so observed.
Mr. Billingsley, tell us your name for the record. You have to be unmuted, sir.
Sylvan Billingsley.
What's your pleasure, Mr. King?
We asked for exam date.
All right, before we continue to plead not guilty, we'll set this matter for preliminary examination. How is February 5th at 11:15?
That works for the people, Your Honor.
Judge, I had a sentence in the federal court at that time. I asked for the general, just waiting. But,
about February 7th at 10 o'clock.
Your Honor, I would require later in the day if it's February 7th.
It's the 6th, anytime you want. 8th,
Can do the 6th or the 8th. Those are my homicide days.
Can we do it earlier on the 5th?
$10:15.
Yes, sir. 10:15.
All right, 10:15 on February 5th. You can take.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. I was on first time like 820, sitting a few times, but I didn't know whether I was actually on or not. That's why I came over here.
Did you come on iPhone?
Yes.
That's probably why you changed your name. You said iPhone. So I don't. Wait.
Okay, it should have been. I apologize.
What's going on with this?
Because we just got two that there was a homicide. It's something like that anyway, so we put it over for today. So Mr. Davis, so I guess he was able to make it back here for today's 30 exam. So this defendant also has an impact set for Friday, different case, same complaint, different. So. This is the one where I requested for. So I will be prepared anytime.
So what time is it set for? Right. I don't understand. How do you define things? Melvin Cartwright. Calling case 2055850, State of Michigan versus Melvin Cartwright. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Gray for the people. P number 6024.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Anderson, P1302 on behalf of Mr. Cartwright. Left.
Tell me your name, sir. There's date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. Any witness is not present. I cannot receive self-testimony.
Move to dismiss, Your Honor.
So order, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
I need a dismissal order, Mr. Anderson.
Got it.
All right.
Shows on 10:15.
10:15.
So email them and tell them 10:15. Email them.
Mr. Riggins.
Good morning, Your Honor. I actually, I'm covering some matter for Nancy Castow because she's in trial, and I noticed there was a matter on your docket, a Mungeon Hill.
Ms. Quick came in and did that earlier.
Okay, very good. That's all I need to know.
Hill is set for February 6th at 1:30.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you, too. Angela Thompson. Calling case 2455201, people of the State of Michigan versus Angela Renee Thompson. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Gray for the people. P number 6024.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carly Kavanaugh on behalf of Miss Angela Thompson, 86281.
Angela Renee Thompson.
There's date time set for preliminary examination. Are the people ready to proceed?
I know, Judge, I'm not able to proceed at this time. Maybe witness is not present. I cannot proceed without their testimony.
I would move to defer dismissal, Your Honor.
So ordered, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need a dismissal order, Ms. Carter. So we're down to 11.
Judge, at 1:30 was adjourned till Friday.
We're going to adjourn to Friday. So
You don't need him to come up, please.
I'm back to you.
I didn't even want to come here and work today. Praying and all that.
State holiday, I'm gonna ask you, miss the flight or something like that, so like it's at the airport.
Take care, Shannon.
Okay. I emailed them the state.
It's painful, man. But you know, Dan Campbell, he gonna go for it. 4-1. 4-15, I'm going.
Gotta take the points like.
Gotta take the points. You can't walk away from the points. Not in no playoff, man. Get this far, and you still, you know, if you would have made it, we wouldn't be complaining of it. So I'm not for sure about 2 o'clock in the morning. Trying to touch the prosecutor. Ms. Drain, do you have the Marquise Williams case? It's not today. Huh? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm just trying to find a defense attorney who's attached to the case. Oh, it's a homicide. Yeah, how you doing? What's your name?
Maurice,
Okay, sure.
well, I got a letter in the mail that I was subpoenaed to be here today at 11 o'clock. Yes.
It's Mrs. Nazi. They say it's gonna be late.
Judge.
Yeah. Keith Williams, give me. Sorry, give me this. Defensive time.
Mr. Bellagio said he's going to be a little late.
You see, Mr. Davis on Zoom. It's not Keith Williams, this not the case we had today.
Nah, it's coming up, I think February 7th. It's homicide.
They don't have an attorney.
Okay. So yeah, let me contact you.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Mr. DiMaggio still not here? Not yet, Your Honor. Mr. DiMaggio is here. Fine. Where's Mr. Austin? He's here. Have him step in.
defendant and the victim on altercation over this system.
They live together.
How are you?
So,
I'm good. So, we have the students and they want to know, should they come?
Hey, Chief. Yes, sir.
Oh, they're behind me.
We all.
These are my open fire.
I got much. Hard to say. Defendant, do you have a complaint?
We do, Judge.
Okay.
I believe so.
You said they want to come in now? Okay.
No, she left, Judge. She left.
Calling case 2455229 before the state of Michigan versus Dejan Wesley Austin. Defendant is charged with count one larceny, $1,000 more, less than $20,000. Count two domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Your Honor, shall I read the legal fee number 60249?
Good morning, Your Honor. My joke report by 619, Mr. Alston, statement for the record.
My name is Dejan Wesley Austin.
Is the entire subject to your examination of the proceeding?
Your Honor, I am not prepared at this time to proceed with the exam. However, what I would say to the court is that the complaining witness was present today. I went over content of, I asked her what happened on today. She did tell me what happened. It was charged with one count of larceny for a cell phone and one count of domestic violence. She indicated to me that she got the phone back. She did not want to go forward with that charge at all. She just wanted to go forward with the domestic violence. So I said, okay, well, we can do that. I don't know if there was a miscommunication or what, but she left. So at this time, I would ask that felony charge be dismissed and we just go forward with the domestic.
I would have motion dismissed, but we're ready to proceed.
You will be proceeding on the larceny of $1,000, less than $10,000. That's the other charge is domestic violence. So if I were to dismiss that, domestic violence is still there. Tell me your name for the record, sir. What's your name?
Dejan Wesley Austin.
Mr. Austin, did you have any contact with the complainant witness?
No.
Today? Did you talk to her at all? Did you see her?
I think she was in the room. I don't know. I got it. I didn't get your talk. I just seen.
That was the young lady that came in here with the baby?
Correct, Judge.
You said you seen your daughter?
I didn't see him. I just seen him walking. That's it.
All right, the court will dismiss count one. Who said count 2 for a pretrial report, Judge Austin Garrett. I'll give you a date.
Thank you.
February 12th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. See.
There a date other than that, Judge, instead for three trial, just one day.
I know Judge Evans won't be on the bench at 8:30.
You got that right. Oh, yeah, oh, 8:31.
Fine, it's the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Woody, you over? I believe so, yes. All three?
Yes. Oh, here it is.
I'm wondering, how are you?
Okay.
Hanging in there?
Yes, sir. Give me 1 second. Ernest Moore. Calling case 24-55051, people of the state of Michigan versus Ernest Guy Moore. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree felon. Count 2, unlawful imprisonment. Count 3, assault, consent to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 4, assault, with a weapon. Defendant has a additional before defense known as mandatory 25 years sentence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shall we bring the people, P number 60249?
And good morning, Your Honor. I'm Reese Davis, P 76203, appearing on behalf of Ernest Moore. I ask the court to waive my client's appearance.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. This matter is scheduled for preliminary examination today at 1:30 p.m.
Yes, it is, Judge. I was out of town this weekend. My flight was delayed, so I'm not going to get back in time to conduct the exam. I was supposed to arrive 8:30 this morning, so I'm asking the court to adjourn this matter to another date this week.
Okay, so I understand the defendant is supposed to be back before me this Friday, February 2nd. Is that right, Ms. Ryan?
Yes, sir.
February 2nd at 10:15? At 10:15. Mr. Davis, does that date work for you? February 2nd?
10:15. Can we do the exam in the afternoon? Or 11:30, 11:45?
We can do 11:30.
11:30, okay.
Court will adjourn the preliminary examination to February 2nd, 2024 at 11:30.
Thank you.
Right.
David Pfeiffer. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second, Mr. Wood. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 36 District Court. I understand you guys are past the mission, is that right? Yes. We're great. I'm working with you. 9, 10, and 11. Okay. Very good, very good. Do I have any aspiring attorneys today? Awesome. Okay. So let me tell you just a little bit about 36 District Court before I get started. So this is, we call this that just about anything that happens in the city of Detroit comes to us. Whether it be a park attendant, whether it be a landlord tenant issue, civil suits up to $25,000. This particular program is a criminal exam program where we do felony criminal examination. Preliminary examination looks a little bit like a trial. Prosecution gets an opportunity to question those witnesses as well as the defense. Defense attorney has his client on the side. Let me get you guys to introduce yourselves.
I'm Diana Branch, and I'm also a prosecuting attorney, and I just started with the county not too long ago. So I'm fairly new to the group, but I work with domestic violence as well as abuse.
Again, my name is Michael Woodward. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I work for an organization called Neighborhood Defender Service in Detroit.
He used to be a prosecutor.
Years, and then, you know what, years ago, Judge King was a senior lawyer at the prosecutor's office when I was a baby lawyer.
He's just trying to make it sound.
No, I would watch what you do. No, so I work at NDS, which is the public defender in County. And so we're here on some allegations, and we'll see what happens.
So we have 4 preliminary examination programs to handle all the felonies for the city. This is a special document that we created as trying to, because of the pandemic, we're trying to get back on. So I got stuck with a lot of cases that take a long period of time. So I do all the homicides in the city of Detroit, all the criminal sexual conduct cases in the city of Detroit, all the elder abuse, child abuse, and the felony domestic violence cases. So we're about to start on how the gentleman has 3 cases. If they hold it. Okay. So I don't determine if the person is guilty or not. Okay. You guys have any questions?
Anything they do that might bother them or cause them to be. One of us know we definitely take them out.
Yeah, because we kind of get sensitized to this. I can do murder case after murder case after murder case. Sexual assault case after sexual assault case. I only do those cases on special days. Murder cases, you don't see those cases. I only do those 2 days. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, child abuse and other abuse. dismiss. So there's two options I have. I can dismiss the case, I can reduce the charges, or I can increase the charges based on the testimony. You got questions? So I'm gonna get started. Okay? Calling case 2455209, people of the state of Michigan versus David Russell Byford. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence, third offense notice. He also has case 2455211, charged in count 1 domestic violence, third offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice. And case 2455210, charged in count 1 domestic violence, third offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shall we turn to the people, P number 60249, and on all three.
And Your Honor, good morning to you and to your staff. Good morning. Michael Woodyard, my P number is 64612. I'm the staff attorney for the Service of Detroit, and we represent Mr. Byford. He's here to court. Say good morning, sir.
Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination on all three matters. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yes,
Which
Judge.
case are you proceeding on first?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that we start with case ending in 20901.
Okay, again, that's case 2455209. David Russell Byford, charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence, third offense notice. How many witnesses for the people?
I have one witness, Your Honor.
Can you call your witness?
At this time, the people would call Jessica Ashley.
You have your name, ma'am? Ma'am, please step forward. Watch your step. There's a cord. Watch where you're going. Look down. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you guys? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud so we can hear you. Talking to that microphone will be to your left. Please.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but before we begin, I'd ask a mutual sequestration.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to step into the hallway until further notice. Also, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time.
Thank you, Judge.
You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name once again for the record. Jessica Asher. All right. Ms. Asher, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know. All right? And also, you might want to talk into the microphone. Yeah.
You can actually pick the base up and place it in your lap so you can speak directly into that.
All that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Ms. Asher, I want to bring your attention back to the date of December 26th of last year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Where were you on that date?
From the beginning, or
Yes.
I had left the home because David was throwing things, and my oldest one, my 16-year-old, was over for Christmas. And I slept upstairs in my daughter's room that from the 25th to the 26th. So I could hear him downstairs throwing things and screaming down. So I got in my car and I left.
Okay.
I went into the market parking lot.
Okay. So, what location were you at?
I was at home.
Okay. Did you say that location again?
I'm Warwick.
Yes. Okay. What was the address again?
61307.
Okay, and that's in the city of Detroit, the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your home?
Yes.
Who lives at that home with you, May?
Myself and my children.
Okay. And how old are your children?
16, 7, 3.
Okay. And so That you indicated that you left the house.
Yes.
Why did you leave the house?
I could hear David downstairs throwing items and just saying profanities, and the youngest ones were down there with him.
Okay.
And the previous day on Christmas, that night, my son was going to leave and go back with his father because he couldn't handle hearing David saying the
Judge, I'm gonna
profanities.
object to any speculation that might be offered about what motivation another person had to do something they did.
Sustained.
All right, but upon hearing different things going on in the household, why was it that you decided to leave the house?
Because I know it always escalates.
Okay, and is that from prior experience?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, now you indicated David was
Yes.
there. What is David's last name?
Pfeiffer.
Okay, how do you know David Pfeiffer?
He's my husband.
Okay, how long have you been married for?
9 years.
And do you see him for here today?
Yes, I do.
For identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he is wearing today?
To your left, he's wearing a dark blue hoodie.
Thank you. Your Honor, please have the record reflect that the unit has identified the Kenneth David Bison.
So noted.
All right, so you decided to leave.
Correct.
Where did you go?
Off Evergreen was at our fresh market, and that's usually where I just kind of like a hiding spot or whatnot, or just to get away from. There's any altercation or whatnot, usually where I go.
So are you saying you have done this before?
Correct.
So you went to that location. Did you go inside the location or did you just stay in the parking lot?
I did go inside the location as well.
Oh, and did you purchase anything there?
I did. I believe it was Sunny.
Okay. And then did you leave that location?
Once David had pulled up on the bike, he rode a bicycle up there and found me. And yes.
Okay, so David came up there?
Yes.
Okay. And were you inside the location? Were you at?
I was in the park.
Were you just outside walking or were you in a vehicle? Or
No, I just got in the vehicle.
Okay. And what happened when David arrived in that location?
He told me to get the at home right now.
Okay. And what was his demeanor at that time?
Aggressive.
Okay. Did you say anything back to him at that time?
I asked him what his problem was, and I didn't want to argue around the children.
Okay. And what did he say in response to me?
He just told me to get my ASS home now.
What happened after that?
He waited for me to leave the parking lot, so I did, and then he rode off on the bike. And then when I was pulling up, he was coming down this taller Dayton on the bicycle.
Okay. When you were pulling up where?
At home, on my way.
Okay, so you did pull that home?
Yes, I did.
How long did it take you to get home from that parking lot?
Less than 5 minutes.
So you pull up, and did you just pull up in the street, in the driveway?
On the side, by the side door.
Okay. Did you stay in the vehicle?
I didn't really have a chance to get out. We have two car keys. He had opened up my door.
So you're still in the vehicle?
Yes.
And he comes up, is that correct?
Yes.
Was he still on his bike when he came up, or was he off of it?
He was off the bike.
Okay. Where was the bike? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm assuming in the yard or against the fence. I'm not sure because he had his tool belt and whatnot hanging on the handle of the bike.
Okay. All right, so he's off the bike, he comes up to the car.
Correct.
Does he come up to, are you still in the driver's seat?
Yes.
Does he come up to the driver's side?
Yes.
What happens at that?
He used the other spare key and opened up the door, and shoved the shifter into park. It was actually already in park, and he just yanked it to where the middle of the shifter had popped up.
Okay.
And then he turned off the car and took the key out, and then yanked me out of the car.
Okay, he yanked you out of the car.
Correct.
How did he yank you out?
Pulled me by my arm.
Okay, what happened after that?
Just repeating, get your fat ASS in the house, take care of your effing kids.
Okay. Let me ask one question. How much time went by from the time that you left the house first and got to that parking lot? And then, well, I'll say the time that you left the house to the time that you saw David Viper in the parking
lot that you were at? How much time did that?
I don't remember. Okay. It wasn't very long.
Okay.
Approximately a half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now you got your conversation with you get you out of the vehicle. What happened after that?
I go inside the house and he was, I'm going inside the house, he took off, he was leaning on the bike.
Okay, so you saw him leaving on the bike?
Because I was walking in the house, so I realized that he had my car key. So I asked him, can I have my please have my car key?
So you were inside and then you walked outside of the house?
So I was in between, go in and out of the back, beside it.
Okay. So did you call out to him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you say?
I asked him if I could have my car key, because he had the spares and he had the one that was in the ignition that he took out.
Okay, and when you asked him, where was he in terms of like, was he still right by the house, was he by the street?
He was just getting on the bicycle at the corner and coming around down and trying to going that way, the opposite direction.
Okay, so when you asked him that about the car key, what happened?
He said he would give it to my half-big son.
Okay, what happened after that?
So that's when I went inside. He left on the bike, I was assuming, and I went inside.
Okay. Okay, so nothing else happened after that?
Yes, after, yeah, he came back.
Okay, all right, okay, so you go inside.
Yes.
And what do you do when you get inside the house?
I didn't close the door all the way, because we have a dog that stays usually on the stairs right there, so I didn't close the door all the way. So I went to go back and I let the dog out, and he was opening the gate to come back in.
Who was opening the gate?
David.
Okay.
What
happened after that?
I let the dog out, and he said some profanities, and I could see him bike in the air, and he threw the bike right at me, and the whole back of the screen shattered.
Okay, so were you in the house still?
Yes, in the door.
Okay, was the door open or closed at that time?
It was, Emily was open.
Okay, and where was he specifically?
Right on right in the walkway to the back door.
And what did he do with the bike?
He threw it, and I could see it coming, so I closed the door a little more.
Okay.
And he threw the bike literally at the screen and shattered. But a hole through the screen, it shattered the whole back screen door.
Okay. And when you saw this, did you see eye contact with him?
Yeah,
Okay.
there was two.
Okay. So, you said that the screen shattered on the door?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Were you injured at all?
No. No.
Okay. What happened after that?
So look what you made me have to do, you effing bitch.
What happened after that?
Then he left.
And did you make a police report about that?
I did.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Cross exam.
I'm sorry, Judge, I have one further question. Can you describe what kind of bike?
A black and red light.
Okay.
It's like a BMX bike.
Like BMX, okay,
Yes.
thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Asher, I'm just going to ask you some questions, okay? If you do not understand what I ask you, tell me.
Okay.
And I'll try and say it a little different. Is that okay?
Yes.
So this all happened the day after Christmas, is that true?
Yes.
And on this day, you said that you were home, what, most of the day?
Yes.
And that it was sometime in the afternoon when you left to go to the market.
It was early afternoon.
Early afternoon. Do you, if you had to guess what time it was, or if you know what time? it was,
Approximately around 3 o'clock.
Approximately 3 o'clock, you left to go to the market.
It could have been a little before 3, just because I know my son had to work at like 4 or 5 o'clock. And that's why I saw him was picking up as well.
Okay. So you then, you left mid-afternoon. Yes?
Yes.
You went to the Everfresh Market.
Yes.
Which is about a 5-minute drive away.
Approximately.
And you were
Less.
there less than that.
Yeah.
And you were there for 30 to 45 minutes.
Approximately, yes.
And now, if I understood you correctly, the reason that you left was because you, Mr. Byford, was screaming profanities in the house.
Correct.
And throwing things around.
Correct.
When you left, your 3 children were there at the house.
Yes.
With Mr. Byford.
Yes.
And you left them there.
Yes.
Okay. And one of them is 16.
Yes,
And the others you said are 7 and 9?
7 and 3.
7 and 3. Okay, so when you left the house, Mr. Byford was screaming obscenities and throwing things around, and you left to go sit at the market for a half hour or 45 minutes. True?
Yes, that's what happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that Mr. Byford then came to the market 30, 45 minutes later and found it.
Yes.
And you were parked in your car at the market?
When I was in my vehicle when he came up on the bike, yes, I was.
Was your car parked?
Yes.
And was it at the market?
Yes.
Tell me what kind of car you have, just the name.
A Mazda Tribute.
A Mazda Tribute. What color?
Silver.
When Mr. Byford arrived at the Everfresh Market, he told you that he needed to come home?
If you want to put it the polite way, I guess, yeah.
I think you testified that he told you to get your fucking ass home or something like that.
Yes.
And at that point, the children were not with Mr. Byford, true?
Correct.
You said that your oldest son was working that day?
You know, later on that day, I believe he had to work.
Would it be your understanding of his schedule that when Mr. Byford came up to get you at this market, the 16-year-old was still at the house? He hadn't had to go to work.
No,
Is that true?
that's correct.
You got home in your car?
Yes.
Your testimony is that Mr. Byford then approached your car door and reached in and moved the parking lever?
He opened the car door, yes, he did. Yes, and yeah, it was already in park. He didn't realize it was in park, and he just went back and forth with it and yanked it up. So the center thing where the shifter is completely popped up, yes.
And you obviously were using your car keys to drive it, true?
Yes, it's one car. It's one single key.
And it's not the sort of car that is just simply a fob that you keep in your pocket, true?
No, it's a single key. It's broken.
That you have to insert somehow in the dashboard?
Yes.
Okay. And the key was there because you were using the car, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Byford reaches in, shoves the gear shift lever around, and orders you to get your fucking ass out and go in the house.
Correct.
And you did that. You took the key with you?
No.
You did not take it?
No. He took care of the issue.
Okay. I don't remember you testifying that happened. Your testimony is that Mr. Byford took the key out.
Yes, he did.
You went in the house.
Yes.
Mr. Byford left on his bicycle.
Yes.
And you called after him that you need your key back.
Yes.
You went in the house.
Yes.
And then some minutes later, it's your testimony that while you were on the back porch or at the back door, you saw a bicycle flying through the air.
Well, I heard the dog whining, so I figured he had to go outside. So I was gonna let the dog out. And I seen David coming through the gate with a bike.
Okay.
And before I could even close the door all the way or whatnot, I seen the bicycle in the air, and I'm closing the door as the bicycle was coming at me.
Okay. And your testimony is the bicycle struck the door?
Yes.
You finished closing the interior door, the wooden door?
No.
You didn't?
The wooden door? No.
I don't know, the inside of the
No.
regular door on the house.
No.
You didn't close it?
No. I had a chance to.
So the bike hit the screen door?
It went through the screen and shattered the glass.
It went through the screen, shattered the glass on the interior door?
The screen door.
On the screen door.
Correct.
Does that entry to the home have two doors?
Yes, the screen door and then the regular door.
The regular, okay. So you, if I understand correctly, you pulled the screen door and that's what the bike hit?
Yes.
Did you close the regular?
After that, no, I couldn't. There was glass everywhere. And there wasn't enough time for me, but there was glass everywhere.
There was glass?
I couldn't even close, even my son tried to help me clean it up. I couldn't even close the back door all the way. The actual door that locks.
Even your son tried to help you clean it up, your 16-year-old son?
Yes, because he heard the loud noise, yes. So he ran there to see what happened.
I don't have it.
Any redirect?
When you are at the door and you see the bicycle coming towards your direction, how are you feeling at that
In the moment, I'm scared and not knowing, just kind of like frozen in a sense, I guess.
time? Okay. And why did you close the door? Finish closing the door?
Why didn't I?
Why did you?
Oh, the screen door?
Yeah.
Oh, to try to block, so it didn't, the bicycle didn't hit me.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
What was the defendant so upset about? Do you know?
I'm always like,
So at the time that he's in the house and he's throwing things and cursing, you don't know what he's throwing things and cursing about?
yeah, I believe there's something running the ham from the food for Christmas, I love a ham. I ruined the ham or something along those lines.
You know, ate all the ham up from him?
Sorry.
You ate all the ham up from him?
No.
Now, this bike that he threw, was this the bike that he was riding?
Yes.
How far was he from the bike? How far was he from?
Approximately a foot and a half, 2 feet.
So he was fairly close.
Yes, yes.
And the bike, you were able to close the screen as the bike was coming to.
Yes.
And it shattered the screen.
Yeah.
Did any of those fragments hit you?
No, not that I wasn't bleeding or anything, so.
Any questions based on my question?
No questions.
Just very briefly, Judge, it's sort of related to your question. Did the police come?
Yes.
Did you tell them what happened?
Yes.
And you were honest when you told them what had happened, true?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a second. Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Judge. People.
Granted, this time I move to find over charge of reserve argument.
Mr. Williams?
Judge, I think the only question for the court is frankly whether a bicycle is a weapon.
Well, under normal circumstances, a bicycle would be a weapon, but depending on how it's used, it could very well be a weapon, just like a boot could be a weapon.
It could. I think I guess my argument, Judge, is that the story just simply lacks credit. I heard her testify. I will I'll leave it to the court.
Sometimes we look at not only what the witness said, but what the witness didn't say. If she was really looking to do your client in, she would have said that fragments from the glass hit her, cut her, hurt her, whatever the case may be, she could have embellished. But that's not what she did. There was nothing inherently incredible about this witness's testimony. The court, after hearing the testimony of Mr. Asher, is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 12th, 2024 at 9:00 p.m. Bound. So are you holding on the other two cases as well, Mr. Cook?
If the people intend to proceed, yes, we do.
We have the same plan on each case?
Yes, it's the same.
I guess I should have asked, are there any issues as to the file?
None on our.
No, not
Which case would you like to proceed on next?
ending in 21001.
Calling case 2455210, people of the state of Michigan versus David Russell by defendant discharged from Conway, domestic violence, third. Has a petition for the fourth offense. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drew for the people, P number 60249.
Judge, good morning. Michael Woodyard, 64612, I'm the staff attorney with the Neighborhood Defender Service. We represent Mr. Biden. Say your name, please. David Biden.
How many witnesses on this case?
Just one minute.
And on this actual.
You can call Justin Asher.
Your Honor, in the interest of judicial efficiency, perhaps once the proofs are concluded on this, would the court just call the next case?
Sure.
And I'm prepared to argue both of them once we're done with both. Okay. Just a proposal. Thank you.
Then please raise your right hand again. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, just like the last time, we had to retake the stand. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. All right, please state your name once again for the record.
Jessica Asher.
All right, Ms. Asher, I'm going to be asking you questions again. If you don't understand something, if you want me to repeat it, please let me know. All right? Okay. I want to bring your attention back to the date of January 2nd of this year, 2024. Do you remember that date?
It's somewhat, yes.
Okay. All right, where were you on that date?
At my address, I'm Warwick.
Okay, and what is that address?
6130 Warwick.
Okay, is that in the Detroit and County of Wayne?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and were you there alone or with anyone else?
With David Viper and my two small children.
Okay, and how old are your small children?
7 and 3.
Okay, all right, and what happened at that location on that day?
That specific day, I can't remember. It's just been so many incidents and the same thing, the same authorities.
Judge, I'm going to object to the comments of the witness and ask that they restrict the record. That there's just been so many of these things. That's not before the court.
I think she's, I'm not talking about any other incidents right now. I think she's just explaining why it may be a little bit difficult.
Overruled, you may proceed.
Thank you. All right. What do you remember about that day?
I remember having to leave in my vehicle.
You left your home?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What happened?
I left in, I think it was Greenview, I parked at, and I called the police. There was an altercation. I just remember having to leave and hiding my car key in my pocket, and I was barefoot. And I called them to help me escort me back to get my stuff so I could leave the home or he could leave.
All right, just because this is a different case, I've got to ask you some of the same questions right after. So who were you speaking about when you said he?
David Viper.
Okay, and how do you know David Viper?
It's my husband.
And do you see David Viper in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
For identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
To your left, dark blue hoodie.
Thank you. Your Honor, please have this record reflect that you have identified the defendant David Viper.
So,
Thank you. All right, so you said there was an altercation at the home.
Yes.
Do you remember anything about that altercation?
Besides holding my neck and my necklace was falling off, and just me running to the car barefoot. I can't recall anything between of what exactly happened. I just remember calling the police. They told me to stay where I was, so I did.
Okay. So you leave the house, you said, what did you have on?
I was barefoot and then I think I was sweatpants with pockets.
Okay. Why would you leave the house barefoot?
In previous cruises I've had before because of Mr. Viper either attacking me or kicking me out.
Okay. So you indicated there was an altercation, you said there was something involving your necklace, is that right?
Yes.
What do you remember about your necklace?
I remember the officer shining his light at my neck, asked if I was injured or not. Then he noticed my neck, the blue something behind my, I don't forget which year, but he had noticed something. He asked if I needed medics or anything.
Okay.
And I said no.
Okay, and at some point, did you go home?
The police escorted me there.
Okay, and at some point, did you look at your the side of your face or neck in
Yes.
the mirror?
Yes,
What did you notice, if anything?
it was beet red and there was blood blisters.
Okay. And was that caused from something that you did?
No,
Okay, who was that caused by?
David Bison.
Okay, okay, so you don't remember exactly how it happened, but you know that he caused that.
Yes.
Okay, and so let's go back to the parking lot. Did you call the police, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, and the police arrived at the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And did they escort you back to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened when you got back to the house?
They knocked on both doors and he wouldn't answer the doors.
Okay, and where were you?
I was standing off to the sidewalk, but on the side of the gate, just out of view.
Okay, what happened after that?
They continued to knock for probably a good 5 to 7 minutes. And the officers knew, I don't speak for them, but they came out of the house before, they're just saying he acts extra, and they know that he's not gonna answer the door. So they gave me a report number and said, because my tags are not legal in my car. And they asked me if I could leave it. I said, yeah, I can do that. That's not a problem, but I need shoes or some belongings. But so they gave me the report number and I left and went to somewhere safe.
Okay, and at some point, were you able to return to the home?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make a report about what happened?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Good to see you. Take care now.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Asher, you testified that on this particular day, on January 2nd, that you were involved in some sort of argument with Mr. Byford in the house.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been later at night?
Yes.
10, 11 o'clock?
I don't know.
It was dark outside?
Yes.
The kids were asleep?
Yes.
And you're having a dispute with Mr. Byford?
Well, I can't say for sure if they were sleeping or not, to be honest. I don't recall that they were sleeping or not, so I don't know that.
Do you know, was it past their bedtime when this incident you're describing took place?
I would assume, but I don't remember.
You don't remember if it took place before their bedtime or after?
I do not.
You remember if it was dark outside?
Yes, it was.
It's your testimony that your two children, ages 9 and 3, were home?
7 and 3.
7 and 3. I'm not sure why.
Yes.
I'm thinking 9. 7 and 3 were home,
Yes.
correct? 16-year-old not home.
Correct.
Okay. The dispute, your testimony is escalated, but you're not exactly sure what happened in terms of physicality. Is that true?
Correct.
You ended up leaving
Yes.
with your bare feet
Yes.
and your car key,
Yes.
and you got in your car
Yes.
and you drove away.
Yes.
And this man, Mr. Byford, is in the home.
Yes.
And your two children, 3 years old and 7 years old, are in the home too.
Correct.
And you left.
Correct.
And you called the police.
Yes.
They came to where you were.
Correct.
You came back with the police to your house.
Yes.
And your testimony is the police knocked for several minutes
Yes.
on the front door,
Both doors, front door and side door.
front door and side door, and ultimately they left
Yes.
without you going.
Yes.
The police never made their way in to check on the two 3-year-old and 7-year-old children who were inside?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
You redirect? Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
So would you just call the second case for the other case now also?
You can stay right there. Calling case 2455211, people of the state of Michigan versus David Russell White, who is charged with count 1 domestic violence, third offense numbers. Then has a petition in the court.
Your People, plea number 606. CR234.
And Judge, good morning, Michael Woodyard, P 64612, Neighborhood Defender Service representing Mr. Byford. Say your name.
David White.
All right, are we ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
We'll start with Sylvia. I'm going to ask you a question. One last time. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, proceed.
All right, please get your name once again for the record.
Jessica Asher.
Thank you. I'm asking some questions, if you understand, please, and let me repeat it, please let me know.
Okay.
All right, I want to bring your attention back to the date of January 11th of this year, 2024. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
All right. Where were you on that date?
And my home address, 6120 Warwick.
Okay. Were you there with, by yourself or with anyone else?
With David Byford and my 2 small children.
Okay. And how do you know David Byford?
It's my husband.
And you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
For identification purposes, could you indicate your views and what he's wearing today?
To your left, we're in dark blue.
Thank you. Your Honor, please, at this record, reflect that this is something like the defendant, David Byford.
So moved.
Thank you. All right, what happened at your home on that day then?
Was in the bedroom. I had 2 phones because Mr. Byford had moved both of my phones, so I used the Wi-Fi. I was listening to music on the one. For some reason, he assumed that I was recording for some reason. Then he had told me that, you know, he sees me on my phone, he's gonna beat my ass.
Okay. And did he say that right then, or had he said that before?
He said right there.
Okay, so both of you were in the bedroom at the same time?
He came into the bedroom where I was.
Okay, okay, so after he said that, what happened?
I just turned my volume down because it was just YouTube, so I just turned my volume down.
Okay.
And then he still got mad and he came back in there and he grabbed me by my throat and slammed my head against the wall and said, "I'll fucking kill you."
Okay, and this is because of the phone?
Because he assumed that I was recording.
All right. So when he had come back, when he came back in the room, were you seated, standing?
I was seated. I was sitting on the bed.
You were just sitting in the bed. Okay. So, how could you just take us through, how is it that happens? He walks through the door and does something or says something first?
He didn't even say anything when he grabbed me by the throat, so he was grabbing me by the throat and slammed my head at the wall.
Okay, and when he slammed your head on the wall, was he, were you standing at that point?
No. No.
Oh, so you were still sitting there?
I was sitting.
Okay. All right, so, did he use one hand or 2 hands?
It was one hand.
Okay, and where specifically was his hand?
On the bottom of my throat.
Okay. And when he slammed your head against the wall, did the rest of your body move at all, or were you kind of against the wall?
I was literally against the wall.
Okay. And was he applying pressure with his hand?
Slightly, yeah.
Slightly. Okay. Did you find it difficult to breathe at all?
No, just afterwards, my head, I did not, and my head was banging.
You had, okay.
Yes.
So how long did he have you against the wall for?
Maybe. I don't wanna guess. I don't wanna, it wasn't like minutes or anything like that.
Okay. And how did it end?
Him walking away.
Okay. And what did you do at that time?
I texted my oldest children's father and my son to let him know, I'm gonna stay off my phone. So if you don't hear from me, because, my son calls him Russ. My son calls David Byford Russ. So I said, Russ, this was just what happened. My head's banging. So if you don't hear from me, this is why. So my oldest children's son, he actually called the police to check.
Okay. So did the police come to the house?
They did, yes.
What happened when the police came to the house?
The first time, Mr. Byford didn't answer the door for him. Okay. And he told me if I said anything, he'd kick my ass.
Okay. And did the police, do you know if the police left?
They did, and they came back again.
How long the time went by between the time that they left and the time that they came?
Approximately 3 to 4 minutes. It wasn't very long.
Okay. And when you came again to the house, what
When I heard the door open, I did holler and say, you know, I am here.
Okay.
I am back here.
Okay, and why did you do that?
Because I heard him tell the police from the first time that I wasn't there.
Oh, okay, so Mr. Becker told the police you weren't even there?
Yes.
The first time. Okay, and where were you in that?
Still in the bedroom.
And did you come out to say to the police you were here?
I did.
The first time?
No, the second time.
Okay, and why didn't you do that the first time?
Because I was told if I did, I get my ass.
Okay, all right. So the second time you come and you hear the door open?
Yes.
Okay. And is that when you came out?
It's when I hollered. I didn't physically get up. Yeah, I just hollered and said, "Hey, you know, I'm back here. Someone else is here." Yes.
Okay. And what happened after you hollered?
And the police, the officers that came.
Okay. And then what happened?
Mr. Biker was telling them that I was having a psychotic episode, that I was on my medication, off my medication. And he was playing some random videos from years ago or whatnot.
Okay. And so at that time?
Yes.
Were you, at that time, were you having a psychotic episode?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you clearly remember what happened at that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Asher, on this particular day, do you remember what time it was roughly?
I do not.
Day or night?
It was night.
Late or early?
I don't know.
Dark or light?
Dark.
You called the police?
I did not.
You did not call 911?
I did not.
You said that you had texted your oldest son's father.
And my son, yes.
And your oldest son. Do you know, and I don't want you to guess if you don't, but do you know whether one of them called the police?
I don't know.
You know Mr. Byford called the police?
I don't know.
You don't know how the police got? Is that your testimony?
I can only assume because my children's father was there with the police.
Okay, well, thank you for saying that. So when the police showed up, your oldest son's father was also present?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that in the time before the police arrived and entered your home, you were in the house?
Yes.
And you were walking about in a very agitated state, is that true?
No.
Threatening to slice your children's throats?
No.
Is that true?
No.
After the police came, is it true that they took you for a psychiatric evaluation?
Yes.
And that you were then petitioned for into the hospital? Your Honor, it's my contention that this entire history is fabricated, and that the subsequent events of Ms. Asher's psychiatric hospitalization tend to explain, corroborate my perspective that it's fabricated.
How about you want to disagree?
Just simply, as far as I've gone, is a question I would be happy with. Ms. Asher, is it true that you were then assessed and admitted for a psychiatric stay?
Yes.
The experiences and symptoms, the symptoms which you experience owing to any psychiatric condition that you have, is it true that they include making stuff up?
No.
Or perceiving things that really didn't happen?
No.
Or making threats against your children?
No.
Thank you very much.
Any regrets? Thank you, ma'am. You may step. Any other witnesses? Any witnesses?
I know.
This has moved to find over on both cases that.
So Judge, on the case, the date of the alleged offense was January 2nd, the second case we heard. Forgive me, I don't remember the case.
That would be 2455210. That's January, excuse me, January 2nd.
Correct. Judge, the case ending in file number 210, Your Honor, it was unclear to me that the witness described any incident, any specific incident of domestic violence. I think she testified that there was an argument and some kind of dispute going on, and at some point there was an issue with her necklace, and then she left. And the police saw some red marks on her. There's no indication about whether it was a mutual affray. There's no indication that Mr. Viper did something to her. There's just simply no evidence at all of assault. And I would ask you to dismiss that case. As it relates to the final case, may I just go forward?
Sure.
As it relates to the final case, Your Honor, you heard the testimony. We certainly take the position that as Asher labors under the challenges associated with some sort of mental illness diagnosis. And although she did testify to what she testified, I don't think the court should grant it.
Judge, for the case involving the incident from January 2nd, the complaint testified that there was an incident that happened. She doesn't remember exactly what happened. What she does remember is that she left the house in the beginning of January with no shoes on. Went to that parking lot. The police came. She testified that they went back to the house. She could at least get a few things. She did testify that she did look in the mirror and she did have red marks around her neck. She doesn't, it was a scuffle or something going on. She doesn't remember exactly, but I said, who caused that? And she said, David Piper. So she didn't say that she consented to him doing that to her. It was another one of those incidents that happened, and then she had to leave the house without shoes on even. So, Your Honor, this is really a misdemeanor domestic violence. The third offense is just the notice. But so specifically for domestic violence, from what she testified, I would ask for a finding. And then I'm sorry, and then also for the and for January 11th, I think that's very clear. She testifies that she was in the room. He came in, put his hand around her neck, shoved her head into the wall. She had a bump on the back of her head. She indicates that the police came with her child's father, came with the police, that she could hear Mr. Viper telling the police that she wasn't there. The police then came back a few minutes later. The door opened this time, and then she said, I'm here. So, Your Honor, again, yes, and this court find over in both cases.
As it relates to case 2455211, Ms. Asher was not able to tell us what happened or how she got marks on her neck. All we do know is that she left the house with no shoes. That's not enough for a bind over, not even on a misdemeanor domestic violence. I can't reduce what took place. She's not able to tell me how she got these marks under what circumstances and what. All she can remember is that she left the house. In another matter, she's able to tell us in full detail what happened. And I think that's a stark difference here. So as it relates to this case, with the offense date, the alleged offense date, I'm sorry, I read the wrong one. That's 2455210, with the alleged offense date of January 2nd, 2024. The court is not satisfied that people met the burden of probable cause as it relates to that charge. And we'll dismiss that. As it relates to case 2455211, the complaining witness, Ms. Ashley, was able to tell us in detail what took place. And what took place did amount to a domestic violence, and given that this is at least a third offense notice, that makes it a felony. The court is satisfied that people with their burden of probable cause for this instruction will bind and over to the court. Criminal division for proceedings is arraignment on the information in that case will be February 12, 2024 at 9 o'clock p.m. It is bond.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. What's your key?
54983.
Sir.
But folks, that it was a doctor course today. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bad station, same bad time.
Thank you so much. So, Judge.
All right, take care.
Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, you too. You have to schedule on. Schedule.
Oh, yeah.
See. This one. Haven't been out of snow. You get all free. So. Guess what I picked up. This one is lots of.
So Judge, tomorrow's not gonna be one homicide with 20 witnesses, is it?
I don't think so.
It's got a big catch to it.
I
don't need no more disappointments after this last.
Say that again.